Hey, Overwaffer, welcome. Was just busy watching the StarCraft 2 stream from earlier today, so the new stream start. Okay, yeah. Hey Mario, welcome. StarCraft 2 real scale, it's kinda interesting, but also not really. I kinda feel like it's like Mobius in many ways. Maybe not as insane, but still, some of the mission design is just puzzling to me. I don't think it's particularly great. Like running out of minerals 2 convoys before the end of evacuation was just weird. Totally doable, just off-putting. And then the start of the Meinhof mission is horrible. You die on the night 1. I guess he wants you to do other missions first, but there is no way for you to know since you should be going there normally. So I guess you have to just die several times to figure it out. Good mission design or map design isn't easy. Yeah, it isn't, but Rime is actually known for making quite good mods. Hey Fairby, welcome. At least compared to some of the other like Ramshackle creations. It's just, it depends what your target audience for the mod is. I guess some people just are like, wow, units are real scale and that's all they need to be happy. For me it's just like, okay. But I need something substantial to keep my interest up. And making it horrible is not doing it. I need something actually good, not making a bunch of the stuff worse. Like, from gameplay perspective, it's just, yeah, you should macro more. Well, minerals run out faster. It's kind of fucked up. Yeah. I mean, the stats are different as well, and I do read into them. It's just, I feel like the purpose of the mod is to nerf bio a lot, which I hate. I don't want to make mech units that are horrible. And I can already see that will become a problem if we ever continue playing on with that. Because Marines will die to anything and everything, en masse. Which they, in the regular game, they do as well, but at least you get some sort of value out of them. Not so much here. The microscopic banelings are also horrible. Like, I have problems targeting regular banelings, not to mention when they are like 2 millimeters but have the same splash radius, which is insane in this scale, because it hits like 50% more guys if it explodes. Yeah. I guess it's good to give it a shot. I don't know, I feel like Mobius is better in many ways, even though it's more punishing. At least it feels fair with the minerals, you know? Because the economy side of things is just the most unenjoyable thing. I didn't die from it. I didn't, but that's not the point. The point is just, it drained my life force because of how horrible that was to play. But yeah, I guess I'll have to play through it. eventually. Anyways, that's not what we are here today to do. Today we'll be playing some Forgotten City. Last time we left off with figuring out the basic rules, finally, from the main person. So now we should be able to maybe loot some stuff, get some money. We'll see if this, if the chat window is actually obstructing anything important. We'll see. Hey, Flying Dancer, welcome. Good thing you don't have horrible job. Yeah, that's one of the good things, at least. In the very last seconds before the stream starts, Flying Dancer swings in on the final stretch, increases his galloping throughout, the gravel giving way under his determined steps. As this piston-like legs mercilessly bring him unavoidably closer. Fuck. Okay. Anyway, let's go and play some Forgotten City. Continue, yes. It's very noticeable to see the 3 maps, it is. But also StarCraft 2 mods. Okay, I don't have any UI at all, I forgot. That's not what you have in this game, okay. I need to find someone who is called... do we have a journal or something? Because last time we played it, I completely forgot. Tab, yeah. Intruder. Malolus. No. I need to remember. Rufus, yeah. I just don't know where he is. Or what he is.
Today is a sad day.
How'd you do?
Are you Rufus? No. This is.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today? I'm sad.
Oh, my earbuds are flipped again.
I'm going to die.
We need to get the bow as well. I just wanted to finish that thing before we do anything else, but I guess we go here. See if we can get the bow somehow.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So,
okay.
if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through.
After he stops speaking, I'll
Is that
shuffle it.
understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quintius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our god told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret
Is there a
sanctuary,
PvP or slow session in this game?
the mantra,
Not so far.
sacrifice.
This guy has the only weapon I'm aware of.
There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you
It's actually very reasonable.
yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it.
Yeah.
Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
Let's kill me, okay.
And there's a simple explanation for that.
I
But if you want to know the truth,
It is.
before you
It's
die,
exactly what you would say if you ran into this
once
place.
I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, it's fucked up. Let's go back. Another Joe. I don't have time to read all these long messages, Fine Dancer. I'm sorry, but I'm playing a video game and it takes a lot to think about all that's going on a lot of the time, so I'm not gonna read any like very long message. Ah, Galerius.
Salve, friend.
Galerius,
I'm
yeah.
Galerius. Mind telling me who you are?
I kind of forgot some of the things
For Serpina?
from last time, so.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia.
Ah, he can do that for me. Good.
All right, I can do that.
Nice.
I'll go. But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
This when he becomes useful? Yeah. I can imagine. Let's get some man. 341 denarii. Good. It's gonna be enough for a clay pit and 2 workshops. Where is the pouch? I have a grappling hook I never used, but that's not what we need. Let's go this way. I need 2,000 to save the bugger. I don't have enough money, I don't think. 1,200, yeah. Oh, Wow. No, yeah, go this way. So is the game where you are stuck in some sort of time loop? Yes. If you didn't see the first episode, it's kinda hard to explain, but yes, basically, it's a time loop. You are from modern world and you made your way here into the heroines, and it is containing some people from ancient Rome and also people who have been turned into golden statues, and they are turned into golden statues if someone breaks a law, which is murder someone or attack someone or any other of the laws at the time. And so that means all the golden statues, the archers will start killing everyone with turning them to gold, and that's what happened to previous inhabitants, and you are stuck in a loop to try and figure it out.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets
Okay,
out his threefold braying.
Let's talk to Aurelia.
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you
Yeah, we know.
decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
I know you are a horrible person. We know that, yes. But we didn't get the achievement for this one yet.
What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
We cannot even
Alright,
tell her. Okay,
see ya.
fine.
You stay away from my money.
Of course.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drop.
There's supposed to be a person,
And the tree
Rufus or
lies
whatever. I didn't.
eludes you.
Maybe it's the. Is it the guy in the caves? Probably not. Just don't remember. Where does this lead? I have to say women. What effect on women? Oh. Not alone, clearly. Gotta get more goose eggs. Cannot go up, we need some sort of device or something. Rufus. Who the fuck is Rufus? Maybe it's someone here? Just don't remember. This is this legionary dude.
Here is proof
Horatius.
generate line.
Horatius,
Domitius.
how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
It's the priestess? Yeah, we need to talk to her as well.
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, You'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow. All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Let's talk about something else. Getting into politics. I'd rather not. She said enough already.
I'm not sure why you're telling me. You've come to the right person.
It's a rather simplistic outlook on the Roman election system, but I don't want to ramble on for hours, so let's just move on.
Oh, well then. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first.
Military-industrial complex is a dangerous opponent. Yeah, well.
And did you notice anything? A pattern?
No, not yet.
Well then, keep asking people how they
Yeah,
want
okay,
Livia.
fine. I'll be going. I'm not here to steal anything. I just need to find Rufius. Whoever he is. Minerva, goddess, Roman goddess of strategy. No, looks like Athena. Now, where the hell is Rufius?
Hey,
Domitius?
you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Good. You'd be eaten alive. Little runt like you.
If I had to guess, Rufius is either on the roof or in the nightclub. Yeah, sounds legit. I don't think if someone's named after it, he's gonna be doing that thing, but, you know. I have no idea. Cincius and Malleolus, same kind of different smell. Is there some money? Huh? Do you want any hints? It's okay. I think I'll figure it out. I have no idea where this bugger is. I'm gonna go into the caves. Maybe it's the old guy in the caves. I don't know. Rufius! Hey!
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching in the crisis of faith. It was too much. started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Okay, so what's his story?
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Solusha and Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions, the 6th, the one they call Ironclads. Not sure. I was fighting with the 6th against Parthians in the east. Only my whole body was aching every time I took a swing of my gladius. It was the rheumatism. Relentless. Unending. Of course, I wasn't going to get any sympathy from my commander. So I started thinking, what if, in the next battle, I just didn't try as hard, you know? What if I let my guard down just long enough? Next battle came, and all I remember is this bloody great savage coming toward me. And I just loosened my grip, and then nothing. I woke up by the river.
Some people mentioned the river.
Some strange man in an eagle headdress had fished me out. Kamut Tabal, I think he called himself. Then I found this place, and that's it. That's all right. It just feels good to finally tell someone about it. Thanks for listening.
Who are you going to vote for?
Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. Who do you want me to vote for? Fine. I'll vote for Sentius. But no more favors. We're square. See you around.
Okay.
Welcome.
We already fixed that. I don't want to do that yet. I really want to figure out the assassin, but I don't think we can.
Help! You have to do.
Yeah, we heard that. You are not gonna go. I'll see what I can do.
You.
Don't go into the temple.
Why?
Just trust me. I'm gonna say I don't want to waste another day, but I want to talk to him again. Maybe we can somehow figure something out.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius.
The empty shrine. I should kill him with that.
Thank you for your service to the Empire.
Crispus.
I'll let you live for now.
Very crispy.
But you best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Just gonna go into the shrine and die. That's very deceptive of me. I shouldn't be doing this. Can we get any goodies from here? Probably not. Assassin asks for a way to evict him. Hey Frankie. I'm not sure, maybe. Just... Yeah, for sure. But he might be used to obedient citizens, I guess. What else does he have? bound to notice. By order of Emperor Nero, all the sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quintus Crispus, a citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He is about 40 to 50 years old. He is average height, average build, has dark hair, and has one green eye and one blue eye. He is typically clean-shaven. He is known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Crispus is an arsonist. Okay. Made things crispy for the last time. Maybe no, I didn't see anyone like that in here. Okay. We have a bow now. Can I equip it? Maybe you can only use it in specific circumstances or something. Okay, where do we go next? The old man probably wouldn't be useful. Maybe talk to this guy.
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. No idea.
Hey Cloud, welcome.
On it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban.
I'm doing okay.
And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of
someone's having fun on the stairs.
Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg, with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. One could create infinite wealth. Use of imagination, golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining.
Yeah.
And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us.
I'm trying to get some other results today with the new intel. I didn't get any new information. I was just continuing to play the video game. I didn't research it on anything.
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
No, fuck off.
Oh, I'm not suggesting we use such a bow on people. There's no profit in breaking the golden rule. Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan. But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Goddess of the Hunt of the Romans. I am, but not really.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
Golden bow.
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you know what. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
The Romans weren't very sure which goddess they took from the Greeks and what they did stand for, it seems. Yeah, I mean, clearly inspired by Artemis, but the Romans did steal other deities from other peoples. It's just, Usually a single god was not overseeing a simple single thing. Usually it was like that, multiple things. You know, it's just kind of a cult thing where you just had several sort of tasks for that god, and also several gods might do the same thing to lesser or bigger extent.
When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger?
Also punished for
Only
it.
because he was silly enough to get caught.
Sure.
So, are you in, partner?
Oh, I don't have a choice, do I? I have a choice. If you don't like action or horror elements, I like those, so let's do it.
Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
I think he's stupid, but if it leads to horror, then yes. Of course. Oh, he'd done it already, okay.
Now I've gone and unlocked the shrine.
Yeah, I don't care about the treasure.
Head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
And the Shrine of Diana. Oh, sure. What's the worst thing that can happen? Beehive. It's a mess in here. I need to jump off of him, maybe? No, I'm forced to walk very slowly. Replace. Okay. Oh, can I equip it? No, I need to return to this.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow?
Oh, he wants to blackmail me.
Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide
Yeah.
under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now here we are. With me out here and you in there. Until you give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. Not a very effective threat, is it? See, your first problem is, you're in there, and I'm out here. Your second problem is the golden rule. What are you gonna do? Kill us all? It's an empty threat. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork.
Loophole, a very Roman word. Is it? I think, no, it's something else. Whatever.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive towards intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out how many it takes to kill a woman, shall we?
Then I say, yeah, I will shoot it, but it's gonna kill me. Ah. It's well Anglo-Saxon, but the meaning was very Roman. It is. But yeah, of course it's not. Very nice build. It's not based on Latin. Sponge signal. More arrows. Denare. Some nest or algae. Well, what about the algae? I did see these butterflies before. Maybe we turn it into gold by shooting it. Yeah, I guess that's what the game wants me to do. So that's how you reach some of the places, right? Nevia's journal.
I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning.
Okay, this is gonna be a long one.
As I walked
at least it's red.
Lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Far Cry mechanics. Okay. These you can also shoot, it seems. So you can walk across them. Yeah, that's one of the secrets I found earlier. You can shoot the vines. It's just limited arrows, but it should be fine. I'm in the palace now, okay. It's supposed to be horror. Peeled statues. It's like defleshed. There's somewhere a metaphor here, the way the top is loaded with gold. Note? I didn't see any note. Maybe I'm just blind. Probably blind. This? No. Yeah, no, I don't think there's a note. It's pretty horrific. It's like skinned people. At least they thank me for it. Putting them out of their misery. Solararium.
You're not supposed to be here.
Okay, yeah, that helped me. First, I'm gonna take a look. Yeah, just... Let me just take a look at things. And also, I'm not sure what the voice is. It seems like it's good, but you never know. If you hear a voice, you shouldn't follow it. You know? So I'm skeptical still. It didn't lead us astray thus far, but... No, the voice tells you it's the hints. But yeah, the algae was pretty quick. 10 of those behind. Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy that. Kick. Kick. That was algae, I should have taken that. But you can headshot them. I could have shot this. This is what I missed. It's like Dead Space, it's just, you know, deal with them properly. You weren't even on it, but you got fucked. Okay, that was not very good. As long as you... Yeah, okay. It's horrific. Why are these people defleshed? Yeah, I need to shoot this thing. Alright, it's just jumping up. I'm gonna kill him. No, I'm not doing so well. I wanted this. No, not much, but I'll take it. You can also just shorten your path this way. Just need to get on top. More arrows. On a timer? I mean, yeah, like the day is probably running out as we speak. But this is all part of the quest to get the bow, so I have no choices yet. And this is not a crime yet, it seems. Distract them. I could just shoot that thing. Oh, I should have done that so they come there and then freeze them all. Oh well. That's fine. Can also just murder all of them. But yeah, shooting that vase would attract them to the pool and then you shoot the pool. Time is stopped here. Okay. This was the other courtyard. Some more arrows. Oh, blood. Great. Spotted rags. Filthy rags spattered with blood and gold flecks from grotesque surgical procedure. Yeah. Looks like custom-made rag has been used to hold on golden statues and peel the golden layer from them. Gruesome. Key to palace doors.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend.
That's lots of a Tartarus if you don't start peeling them.
What small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child.
At which point did you start to peel them?
Charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges.
I think she's inside, right?
Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose. To free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day
She's insane.
speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
She is absolutely insane. Put statues. Okay. Let's go and kill her. the professional opinion on her state. Well, I'm not a psychiatrist, but she is insane. If you know that they are people, and that they are in fact still there, and you start peeling layers off of them just for shits and giggles, or just for your reason like, yes, I will learn how to free them from this. Well, in the process you're gonna kill all of them, but that's not very sane. Someone was here. Might have been loot in there. Yeah. I should be putting them out of their misery. I don't like to trap them, but we already did it. Can I just melee? Save ammo, like in Dead Space? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, I'll do it. This is back here. Oh yeah, we were here before. Now we have the key though. Right? That's how life works. Probably. Okay, I burnt myself. Yeah, it's probably what the game wanted. Just like, okay, yeah, I can see that now. No. Oh well. Platforming sections are always going to be my mortal enemy. I'm having so much fun with this. This is the third time I'm climbing over this. Yeah. Yeah, I should be... Try to get into it now. I never played Long Dark, so I cannot tell you. Yeah, I really should be freeing them from this curse, not trapping them in there forever. Yeah, I got him. I think you can lure them in here. How many is that? Quite a few. And only killed one. Shortly. Okay. It's another journal message.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan.
No shit, why didn't you stop at the first one?
I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated...
If you can call like 30 people a city, then yes, but...
As I continued working on others...
Not this kind of insane.
And launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
I wouldn't call it freeing. It's more like flying, but whatever. More of them. Let's lure them in there. Or is it? That's the courtyard. Okay. Fortunately, there's plenty of ammo. Whatever it was in mine. Yeah. These are the same? How? Okay, that's path forward, I think, right? Why am I doing that? Would they turn into the flayed ones, or? Oh, I should have lured them in here. I see. Maybe there's gonna be a bunch after this section. Yep. Okay. Yep. There's this vase which makes me think more of them. Let's see. Freshly peeled and minted. That's different. That's Denari. It's not made of people. Half-peeled person, fuck. Okay. The monster. Oh, that's the... Okay. You...
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve.
What I deserve?
You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrows before I jam this blade into your throat? What? How? That's impossible. You're trying to intimidate me. Liar. Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
You don't deserve to live, but what can I do?
At least you'll...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I'm fucked. Fuck that. Oh, I'm badly alive. It's a golden statue there. Can I kill it? No. Yep. I don't think I saved the video game though. Unless there was an autosave, which there might have been. Nice. Was it nice? I don't think she deserves to live after what she's done. Then you shoot her in the face. Yeah.
And you look. And you think love and now all but is what so? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it,
What?
they
Oh,
were all
well, that's the
alike.
least thing that's insane about her.
Seem to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was
Pointless.
Wait,
Yes.
I see what you're doing.
No, 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 no,
Steer her
no.
away from me. You
Don't see through my lies.
Until I've done the hard work. Then
You are
see
insane. You cannot tell
that
what's.
it-
No, 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 no.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me.
I would never.
Look
No,
what
no.
You made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrows before... What? Liar. Really, I am... But if...
Okay. Oh, she won't talk to me. I don't want to leave her with her, but what can you do? Keep the chest in the Apollo Shrine. You could get it even if you kill her. So, you know, you would be just leaving her alive.
Or I'll make us all gold.
Okay.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again.
Well, she's already kind of
I'm
defleshed.
still here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried
You've tried everything you can. Just peeling more of them,
The
yeah.
only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place.
In this loop, yeah.
In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I believe there are a few things in there which may be useful to Lucretia. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Whee! Lucretia. Oh, I should must open the crate first.
That's a shame.
There must be a crate. Treatment notes. We already did that. That doesn't help me. Okay,
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
I need to pay off the debt with 2,000 denarii with the other guy. I have that already.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth. Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. I think there might have been some confusion about my little practical joke.
Alright.
You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around at the Saturnalia, and then surprise, I'd open the door. But when I opened it, you were gone. Partner, there's no need for threats. Yeah, well, I don't have to listen to this. Get lost.
You just turn him to gold, but then you'll get punished. I want to go away anyway, though. It's very late. I don't feel like we can do much. Oh, maybe we can still do this. More monies, yeah. But also on the way to the bathhouse there was supposed to be a statue. Maybe that was the one she carted off to try and peel it. But maybe that was a hint that one of these is gonna be the one that talks to me all the time. It was the one we saw her peel for sure. I just kind of want to make sure. Maybe. I don't know, I didn't hear anything, but they're always around. Yeah. I did find the cats, but they are in the mood to play with each other, so yeah, they don't want cuddles. No, that was the male one, just the green screen is kinda not capturing the black color very well. But they are running around. Ghost cat, yeah. There's... yeah. Yeah, okay. I was wrong. There's nothing. So let's just go. We could get the money. Now that we have the bow. I know where some of it is.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
You should persuade more people to...
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked.
Okay, yep.
How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Citizen.
Yeah.
Sisyphus was
Can listen to
a
his story.
For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp a fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Yeah.
Anytime, friend. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, And if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Gully in his name already. Yeah. Can I get my bow out? No. I might not. Well, it's disappointing because I need this. Okay, mouse wheel. $500 an hour. Okay. Right. So what's next? I could just try to stop the suicide guy, but it's probably not gonna happen.
The 49 Velades fetch
Can I do something for this person? I don't remember.
The rivers of all the world. So this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
I should just turn one of them to gold so I can reset. But we can still do, what did I want? Oh yeah, right, this way. Maybe it's too late, I don't remember when he's supposed to jump. He probably already jumped. Could also collect more money if we ever need more denarii, which it's possible. Temple on the Bluff, that's what he was mentioning. Oh yeah.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the
Feeling a bit on edge.
Good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
I need to talk to Opus.
Alright, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
Cat is trying to steal my stuff under the monitor. It's
Please,
not good.
Ulpius. Help him.
No.
If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Okay. Yeah. And what if she's gonna steal my stuff?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that. Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Actually, I do.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then. You'd do that for us. A couple of complete strangers. It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Just don't drink the money and it's gonna be fine.
I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just squanders the money. Is it a permanent solution? It said it, but... some money back. Sure can run in this game, yeah, that was a quick run. Okay, so can we do anything else this day? I'm gonna check my quests. Figure out why Olivia is acting strangely. Perhaps the priestess might be able to help her. Okay. I don't want him to be a magistrate though. I can activate something to see it on the map. Okay. There's still a lot of things to do.
Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in
just
that
like
villa
Apollo and
again.
Diana.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Shalom.
Oh, what's your story?
You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name, and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberin, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river, and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts, and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest.
Memory
Not
lapse.
far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river, but not take my coins? A lot of good it did me, and that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me.
I was supposed to ask him.
I don't. But even if I did, I'm not going anywhere. I have unfinished business.
Maybe we can swing the election now. I've
Alright,
persuaded 2 people.
Thanks for the chat.
So maybe Malleolus is not gonna win anymore. If it was close, so I'm not sure.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
She doesn't know anything useful. Priestess. There was a sweeping noise. Is there someone here? Fabia.
You
Right.
took care of him?
Yeah, that's her. Okay.
An accident? So, it's over? Oh God, it's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse? So you kind of murdered him then?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, the fact I didn't spell it out loud didn't not make it untrue before. I'm not sure why now of all times it would happen. But yeah, you know. Not really. I didn't know that it's gonna collapse. We have the bow now, though. And we needed to end the day anyway. It was very late, so it doesn't matter.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and... Well, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia.
Do that.
No.
You also
Alright,
do.
I can do that.
You
Poor guy.
do that.
My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. Alright, got it.
Well, admitting it doesn't actually, like, before you admit it doesn't make it untrue before, you know? If Golden Rule was something like, it's clearly happening when you do something, you know? That's a little bit of a plot hole. Admittance shouldn't be part of this.
Arrival to the empty shrine.
You just either do something criminal or not. Alright? This is the same thing with stealing or anything.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Alright. Where to next? She's... yeah. Priestess. She's gonna be in the villa.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water.
We could collect some money as well. I don't think we'll need them, but you never know. There might be a point in the story where they ask me for more money for something. For her legs. They're just a little bit busted. It's fine. Oh, no. Just the flesh wound. Yeah, it's gonna regenerate.
Fear is proof of a degenerate.
I didn't really talk to Horatius at all.
What is it, citizen? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter, I should say, and the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself, 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl, and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum Fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labour does the body. That said, Scintilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze of a hound. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. All right?
place. Arve. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then?
Just rambling to people about something they asked me before, but this is a time loop, so they have no idea why I'm telling them this.
Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
Yes.
And did you happen to catch her name?
Karen.
I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
Yeah, this is a... So... Is this part of the Greek underworld? Like, yeah, she was not Karen.
Because I've seen her before. I think you should see. I think you better
This
follow
game.
me to the baths. Have people thinking we're bathing together.
Yeah. But... No, this is gonna be the SS and I cannot kill him again, can I? Probably can. Damn Karen. It's Karen. It is in Czech it's Charon, but in English it's probably pronounced Karen. So that's why I didn't click immediately. Same in Swedish. This never ceases to amaze me how we have some similar things, but there is no way it's like, why, how, you know.
You're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
Yeah.
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense.
Well, it's part of the underworld, it's not the entirety of it.
Running from the fire
That's for sure.
The river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful
Less
they don't
commute.
remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of the god of the underworld. and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless.
Yep.
So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories.
I know. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd helped the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good
So few people in the underworld.
Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. But that might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings. But I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
I've noticed you seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can.
Well, if we pick the other background, we would have a gun.
Your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure
I probably would if I used the bow for the... I wouldn't waste the bullets on anything.
Or a series of somebodies forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing parts, I imagine he might be willing to receive an...
Oh, yeah, it's permanent, right? Even if you reset time. Well, I would just use the bow.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped
Because bullets are rare.
that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides
I
is
noticed
decorated
that.
in a different style. Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different
It's a better way to make it to take revenge on the shopkeep, is there? Rat him out.
a mystery plaque.
Okay.
Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god.
Okay, it's the...
Of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy.
I know about one Christian.
I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city.
Oh, there's more of them.
Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Maybe she's gonna help me.
No. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern. So
Okay.
perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other 3 will...
It's even been a thing for 100 years by this time, and they already behave like this towards other religions. Well, I don't know what this is supposed to be. It's Nero's time, right? Yeah. Like, this is another tangent, but Christianity started as a rebel religion. Like, the stuff they did early on was especially violent and also barbaric towards other faiths and people believing something else. You know, I don't know what you were told and if you did any research on that, but they were one of the most barbaric people. Like, it was religion of the poorest masses. What they did was they absolutely destroyed a lot of precious works of art. They were very intolerant of anything that was remotely questioning anything to do with their belief system. And not to mention all the monuments they destroyed, but also like ancient writings, all things like it's sort of like today, the closest thing you would think is freaking ISIS. That's what they did. Hey, Minshikai, welcome. Yeah, it's not known, but I think it's not proven, but I think it's not far to think that. But yeah.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded.
Oh, of course. Like, they wrote history, a lot of it, and they also burned whatever they didn't like from the books that were kept in Rome.
A self-aggrandizing king and a brawler about their own heroic deeds.
Because they're in the prime position to do a lot of it. They also hidden a bunch of it. They have it under the papal city. They have archives, which they keep a lot of forbidden stuff hidden there.
Here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
How they hunted pagans? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised by that. I just didn't myself read about it anywhere, but it's possible. I wouldn't discount it. I didn't research it thoroughly, but I know that they absolutely did destroy a lot of precious works of art and also knowledge, just for the cause of religion.
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now?
Yeah.
And again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you
I've met her actually.
Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
I read about how they treated the pagan Romans once Christianity got power in Rome. They didn't exactly treat them like their neighbors. No, of course not. It was forceful conversion for the most part, and it only got worse once Rome itself collapsed. Then Charlemagne and Frankish Empire became Holy Roman Empire, basically. They inherited the title from Pope. And they started to go on the little crusade of their own to eradicate pagan cults. And it only got worse in history, like the stuff they did to Germanic, Celtic and Slavic pagans was pretty genocidal for the most part, because most of these people didn't want to convert. So the only other way was, just herd them into the sacred groves and set them alight. But of course you wouldn't want to talk about that if you are a Christian today, because that's of course nothing to do with it, right? Well, it's just one of those things, like, you need to acknowledge these sorts of things, and it is part of it. Like, it happened, and it happened because of the belief system and because of people who believed in the same thing, and so it is the same thing. But yeah, of course a lot of people will distance themselves from this, and that's correct, but still, it seems a little bit hypocritical.
As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd...
It's not, I can do another loop. It's fine.
Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Okay. Bait against the current. This dude, I'm always puzzled by him. I should probably check him out, because I don't remember what he was all about. But we have other people to talk to as well. I just, so many things now.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you.
Some
Let us
riddles.
find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
I was told it, yes.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. That's probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules, and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
There's more than one.
How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
Correct moral code depends on the laws and customs which your society are in. Yeah.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400
When in Rome,
years
behave
ago.
like Romans. Yeah.
He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, what would it take for you to eat your dead? Aghast, they replied, nothing. Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, what would it take for you to burn your dead? Nothing, they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement? Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead, and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
Yeah.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
Sure. Just,
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtue
philosophy is just such a pitfall.
and evil people will
always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
What does it only remind me of? Is there perhaps some sort of organization that's trying to enforce their view of the world that it sees as utopic in current day and age? I cannot think of one. It's so hard. It's so omnipresent, you will soon see it everywhere, even in a bottle you open, because it's gonna be attached, the opening lid, it's gonna be attached to the bottle at all times, so that you cannot lose it, because clearly you cannot be trusted with keeping the lid on a bottle, and so they take it upon themselves to protect you from yourselves, and in no way, shape or form are they dictatorial or willing to impose themselves against your will on you. It's all in order to make us live in an utopia, isn't it? It's so good to live in the EU, isn't it? I agree.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man.
It's like you can never escape it.
To answer your questions. You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription.
Yeah, I mean, but this is like philosophy is. The fact is, people have been thinking these same things over and over since civilization was a thing, because this was always the case where laws in society were upheld by force, but if you overdo it, you will always end up in a situation where even if a group of people think themselves to be doing good, they might be doing evil by enforcing something that might be actually twisted and not, in fact, the correct way for people to behave or do in society. And so this is no shape or form, in no way, shape or form is it unique, but we just end up in a loop ourselves, because our civilization is just an iteration of the Roman one. We have the same sort of laws to an extent. We inspire our systems as Romans did with Greeks. We just take things that they did with their systems and we implement them ourselves. We call several of our officials and we try to imagine ourselves as the Republic, as with Greeks and Romans. We see that democracy as our inspiration, but it's in fact very different from their version of it, and they would find it barbaric. And we are very blind to it today, but we also it's just an iteration. Like all of the things we face today, apart from technology, were already discussed by people before us, and it's just, you would think we learn, especially today, we should know, but no, clearly not.
It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kibash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile.
Hostile?
To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpine. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Key to the catacombs.
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see,
So he survives the loops?
I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time, to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you, and know I am still alive.
Okay.
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
That's another thing. When Christians managed to get hold of Rome, they also, from that point on, banned rhetoric as a science. And to this day, it's actually not a thing that you really have in universities as a separate branch, which it totally should be. Because we do teach philosophy, but we don't teach rhetoric. But rhetoric is a very powerful and useful thing to know. And it's just, you know, it's kind of strange that it has remained forgotten, because Christians do see it as a pagan practice, but it was a necessity in the ancient times.
As you wish. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Isn't there some sort of secret? Oh, that's where he lives, right? Yeah. Egyptian catacombs. Okay. Friend of the philosopher. So these are his friends' bodies, I guess. Look like Roman sewers, but like under a huge city. Is that the flesh statue? No. Yeah, it looks at me. It's only one eye. Egyptian vase, decorated animals. This was built to last. Okay. It's a door. Locked from the other side, okay. That statue is alive. Oh, it's a mummy, isn't it? Golem statue. Actually discussed that with a friend a few days ago. I wish they would teach rhetoric today because I speak so poorly. Yeah, I also do. It's just, you know, it was an art that was actually quite well developed, and they did the sort of science of what works, what doesn't work, what to do to fortify our arguments, what to use in terms of, like, even today, like, I did learn how to actually approach different people with different arguments and how to talk to them if you identify their what would be the most efficient way to talk to someone in order to avoid a conflict, because that's what you need to learn in the job I did before, because it was crucial to know if you didn't want to do, because this, it's not about the violence, it's all about the paperwork. You don't want to do it. It's even if you are desensitized to violence, you don't want to do all the paperwork all the time. And so the best option in vast majority of cases is to resolve every situation you can peacefully. And that requires quite a bit of understanding of how the humans perceive arguments. And so you kind of do think about it, but then you realize, like, yes, this has been actually developed previously as a science, and they did have several approaches to it, and each one of them was meant to appeal to a different part of your psyche. So you could, for example, appeal to someone's sense of honor, or you could appeal to someone's physical needs in an argument to rile up a crowd against something, for example. That's also something politicians do today. But I have no system for it. I bet rhetorics would help with that. Yes, that as well, but the core rhetorics focus on arguments in terms of not only how to construct them, but more how to appeal to a certain audience rather than specifically how to arrange your speech. You know, that's not what that's about. It's about how to structure it in terms of what to focus and what to leave out. That's more about it, from what I understand. It's possible they also have some other branch of it which helps you actually start, like, as a beginner you should probably start by just being able to do arguments and speeches without interrupting yourself constantly with the speech impediment of going like but just continuously fluidly talk about subjects without interrupting yourself constantly. And also, gestures are a very powerful tool, which also is a part of rhetoric, as is grimaces and also other things like that, posture. Everything like that matters in rhetoric. Bad people? I suspect this is one, but maybe not. I think one is there. So the game is implying that Greeks have stolen the city or the underworld from the Egyptians before. It might not be entirely wrong to think that, but it's more along the lines of those civilizations is actually the Bronze Age when they became a thing. And so I think it's more like they developed and evolved side by side rather than one taking over the other. Because the only civilization that survived the Bronze Age is actually the Egyptians. And they were side by side with Greeks. But these Greeks they talk about is they are the classical Greeks. That means not archaic Greeks. Archaic Greeks were different. It was the palace culture, and they also, like during Bronze Age, it was quite different. But in minds of Greeks themselves, in classical age, they didn't actually recognize that archaic Greeks were different civilization, even though it happened a long time before classical Greeks became a thing. They just saw each other as they thought of these times as heroic times, as like the times of Hercules and all the other like Trojan War and all that, and they thought about that like, yeah, it happened like several 100 years ago maybe, but it was way longer. Like they didn't understand, but they had to make few alterations to reality. The early Greeks were Minoans, right? No, Minoans were a separate culture actually. Minoans as Spartans were actually not Greeks at all. They were from Asia Minor. They, according to genealogical studies on the remains, it seems they were not Greek. They had culture similar to Greeks, but yes, Minoans were at the time of the OG archaic Greeks. But the most powerful Greek faction during Bronze Age was actually not Minoans, because they were only local to Crete, but it was Minoans, Minoan culture, and we only call them that because the major site of Minoan, how is it called in English? I think Minos. Minos is a palace complex that we unearthed that's from a Bronze Age, and it actually contains the most artifacts we found from Bronze Age Greek culture. And that's why we call them that, but we don't know what they called each other, because we don't have any, I don't think we can translate their tablets. We found several different kinds of tablets from them, but we didn't decipher it. And so we don't know how they called each other. But from what we can tell, they used a similar thing like Egyptians with hieroglyphs, and they used them for marking things. We found tablets that are, for example, a tablet of trade goods, and so they would account for things that were in a storehouse. So it would have olive oil, fish, things like that, and then other things like laws and such. We don't know how to interpret that. It's just, pictorial alphabet of sorts was developed with them, and we just deciphered like some things like horses, bulls, oil, things like that, but we don't know the context of like actual written stuff that was supposed to represent laws or any other kind of works like art. We just don't know. But yeah, we call them that because of major site at Minos, and that was the largest site we found, which is a huge palace complex, and it's actually quite interesting, but that's more for a historical special episode, not for now. But I just wanted to touch upon it because it's odd that in this game they interpret it as such. Yeah, a tangent again. Today has been a tangent day. Clearly, I'm just constantly going off, talking about unrelated things. I shouldn't be doing that. I should be shooting people in the face. Can you get over? Yes. Okay, I'm not going over yet. Yeah, there's nice Egyptian statues. So this portal. Yep. Looks legit to me. Yeah, they're just turning their heads towards me. I guess you don't find Denari in here. It probably wouldn't make much sense. This might give inspiration for a future historic special. Well, as I can check right now, but I think as far as I know, the one that has won the vote is precisely what we are talking about, which is Systems Collapse Theory, aka Bronze Age Civilizations. It's gonna be the next thing. Is it? No. Oh, yes. Systems Collapse Theory, yeah. It is actually fitting. That's precisely what I've been talking about. Just not the collapse of it, but kinda, yes, in a way. Egyptian inscription with the same golden rule. Egyptian man looks like he's running from something. Egyptian board game. The board for an ancient game called Sanat, the rules for which are long forgotten. Okay, yeah, it's possible. I don't know as much about Egyptian history than I know about Greek and Roman history, so it's possible we found a game like that we don't really know how it works. Statue of Aker. Ancient Egyptian deity said to guard against evil spirits and welcome the dead to the underworld. I know cats were mummified. Yeah, I mean, that's like basic stuff, but I said, not as much as I know about the other stuff, which means significantly less, but still I know basics and probably more than most, but yeah, not as much as I would like, perhaps, but it never was something I cared about too much, so that's why. Also, it's just so much history, and we don't know that much about them specifically. We know more about Greeks and Romans, so it's also why. And it's also closest, and it's also inspiration for our own civilization, unlike the Egyptian one, so, you know, reasons. Okay. Save the video game. This is Tamli. She's gonna throw me amongst the mummies, for sure.
Stop.
Or he, yeah.
Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
He's just gonna give me the plaque? Okay. Plaque bearing a hieroglyphic inscription, Osiris, Lord of Silence.
Now, As for the other plaque, indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
Got it back on the edginess a little bit. May I have it?
You may not. In fact, I am about
No, you cannot destroy it.
because it speaks a treacherous blasphemy.
Yeah, of course.
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? It has a name, and that is the Duat.
Even for Nubians.
What has become of it? I have been down
Probably.
here for weeks.
Even though Nubians were only a very brief section of Egyptian history, like overlordship over Egyptian people by Nubians was not that long. And you can also clearly tell which things were built by them. So usually the way less impressive stuff. Like mud brick mastaba, yes.
True god of the underworld. They desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Kera. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and
Yeah.
adopted from an ancient people who prospered even before us.
So yeah, you want to destroy something that's a proof that, yeah. No. No, he's just, yeah. He's a hypocrite.
Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
Nothing else exists, clearly. That is funny. But even when Hellenization of Egypt happened, when Alexander's conquest happened, and then Ptolemaic dynasty from Ptolemaeus, which was a Macedonian general serving under Alexander, took control and hold of Egypt and established a dynasty there, they actually did attract quite a few people from Macedonia and Greece and Asia Minor and all the Greeks to migrate there, because they attracted them with promises of land and being able to rule over the new society. And they actually had the society composed of natives, which were Egyptians, and then the overlordship was administered by 10 to 20% of Greeks. But yes, these people inherently would not look like this, but that's just, interpretation of the game. I'm not gonna just strictly criticize that. One, we are on Twitch, and we should be very careful about what we say. And second, this is not the focus of this stream, even though I have some stuff to say about it. I think we said enough. What does the inscription say? We can lie to him.
You will never know.
No, he's a freaking hypocrite, but I don't want to kill him. No.
You are too late. It is done.
Well, I'll go down.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
Some questions. Yeah.
If it will help you to see reason, then ask. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me, Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is, it would be unwise to venture down there.
I'll have to go down there because you just threw my stuff there.
Most unwise.
Yeah.
Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. We shall see.
And we are back at the bathhouse? No. Whee! Mesopotamic statues. Yeah, this is the layer of the catacombs. But this is like, that's not how progression of civilizations work. Like, Egyptians and Mesopotamians were in the world at the same time, as were the ancient Greeks, not the classical ones, but the ancient ones, which, as far as we can tell, had the same gods. So, you know, the game takes its liberties, but that's fine. I mean, it's for the sake of the story. I shouldn't be stuck on that. Bird-headed statue. Sumerian statue, yeah. Sumer is also another kingdom of Bronze Age civilizations, so, you know. It's all the same. All of this existed at the same time. But, no matter. There are probably gonna be bad people down here. I'm sure of it. Can we glean anything from them? No. Barricade. Eroded set of barricades that look like these Sumerians were trying to defend themselves from something. But they had to make alterations to make a game. Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe you didn't understand what I said, but yeah, I understand that they had to take liberties to make it into a game. It's fine. It's just, I'm saying, it's just, you know, historically speaking, that's not correct. But we're gonna stop mentioning it now because we said it plenty of times. Lion-headed winged dudes are one of the oldest mythological beings we know of. They even inspired depictions of some servants of God in Old Testament. I mean, for sure, like, I think Sumerians or Mesopotamians were not the first to use this. But yes, it definitely belongs to the first civilizations, like, in terms of, even beyond Bronze Age, probably, like, at times of freaking Sargon of Akkad, you know, Fertile Crescent, I would totally see this, not this huge thing, but similar thing to this being built. Yeah. Well, yes, because Persians are direct descendants in terms of their architecture and their cultural heritage from Babylonians, and to a lesser extent Sumerians and all these. So definitely, it looks like the stuff you have surrounding the blue gate of Babylon. That is a thing. Stone tablet. Stranger, heed the final words of Namkuzu. Bear witness to our aftermath and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms, as in family. But with each newcomer, the bonds of our family strained, and soon we were as strangers to each other. And when those bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves, and ate and drank alone. And it was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Nergal's sentinels have awoken and clamor at our barricades. Learn from our mistakes. Yeah, miss. And he didn't. Finishes. That's quite neat handwriting. But no, I guess maybe you can learn it because we are an archaeologist background. But yeah, of course, like it should be ancient symbols which you couldn't possibly read. Stone tablet, which a bit of frickin' it's a Sumerian business suitcase. No, it's a, I guess it's a grip of sorts. This, I never saw a tablet with this, but it's possible. Corroded brass plate. Corroded brass plate with Sumerian markings on it. It appears to be pressure plate. Yeah, I don't want to press it just yet. Sumerian pottery. Archaeologists insight. Broken set of Sumerian pottery. While other ancient people made pottery by hand, the Sumerians were the first to develop the turning wheel, which allowed them to mass produce it. Yep. That sounds legit. Sumerian plug. Yeah, this one looks more like it. Squiggles. Sumerian plug written in cuneiform, which translates to, yeah, oh, golden rule, okay. I'm going without pressing the pressure plate, which there's another one here, okay. Okay. Is it gonna stop on it? Okay. Stakes. Need to probably go and press the first one. Sumerians tended to mostly write on clay tablets, right? Yeah. But also, I think not just clay, but stone. But I'm not... if I know less about Egyptians than I know about Romans and Greeks, then I know even less about Sumerians than I know about Egyptians. So, probably.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me,
Very little, yeah,
why should I let
makes sense.
you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
There's no shame in building on other works of people who came before you. I don't think he would understand that. If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. It's just gonna agitate him, I think.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
Yeah, I'm trying to, but this person is not very reasonable. I mean, it's a religious fanatic, and so, you know, at this point, you'll probably be just very sure that it's gonna result in violence, but you're not trying to not show it to him so that he gets caught off guard by you just jumping him, because this is not gonna go anywhere. I can already tell. Because these choices, I have no idea. Like, sometimes these games work in a strange way where I choose what I think is most reasonable, but it definitely is not. Because he's... I cannot really... the religious fanatics is difficult.
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so.
Yeah, the second option was straight atheist. He wouldn't accept that.
And so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
I mean, for sure, but that's not what you want to hear.
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Now you insult me and all
Fuck.
my ancestors. You have sealed your own fate. Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Water is rising. I'm dead. You'll try to reload the game. Yeah. As I say, he's a religious fanatic, so kinda hard to reason with people like that. And the two answers I was presented with were basically the same, like, none of them were much different, so if the game spells it out for you, sometimes you just pick the wrong option.
When I told you,
It's no need for this to end in violence, just hear me out. Something can be destroyed.
that may be done.
That?
And did I am... Perhaps there is some truth in it. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that matters most just because you found out you were misled?
You are persuasive.
Yeah, not like the first time.
I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that.
Yeah, but we managed to get to the end, like it was one more option.
And attempt to learn what
Would have been done, so not too terrible.
foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
But I was picking, like, what he wants to hear. I wasn't picking what I think. Because he is insane, as are other people in this game, but yeah. Okay. Trigger the stone. So it's needed to survive sometimes. Yeah. I mean, for sure, but it's not honorable. Because in the perfect world, you would not be lying. About what you believe. Okay, give me the stone.
You again. What is it now?
Give me the thing. No.
Of course, as the Romans say.
Do we have it?
Fortune smile on you.
I found it in the pool. Okay, right, good. I forgot. Oh, this is the locked door. Alright. There's a madman here. Well, there are so many things happening that I just kind of forgot. Is that such a horrible crime, Firefly? And speaking to a religious fanatic really drains your energy. It's gonna throw everything into disarray.
Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need?
I did.
Enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
Yes, I will. Let's go out. Maybe I know this guy, yeah. And clearly those people are quite insane. But we need to also find out what happened to the other person. That's daughter of Septimus or Centius. And I have a quest for it as well. Scintilla. Yes. I'm gonna talk to this person first. It's another lunatic just to keep the team going. No reason to talk about and to anyone reasonable at this point. Might as well just descend into madness. There might be Schmeckles. I don't remember. Yeah. Speaking of lunatics.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name.
Solve it.
Then it is true. I was right. I thought thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it? I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice. And
Okay.
now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
So that's done. You can.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right 3 weeks.
Let's take a look. Ask Opus. Head of his about the Roman plague. I don't think he's gonna tell me anything.
Too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it
Is he? No. Optional. I don't know where he is because I freed him from jumping off that cliff. And now he's nowhere to be seen. We could put back the stuff in that, but unless we have all of them, I don't think that's pointless.
Citizen?
No, we don't. I could tell him I suspect people.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the Golden Rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened? Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered, and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason?
Can you talk about who's about to break the rule?
Of course. What is it?
Let's figure out how to stop at least one person from breaking.
If you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then there must be someone else about to break it still. Allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes.
Walter Matthau for some reason.
The crux of it is
Who is
this.
that?
If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. to illustrate. When the Golden Rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox. You see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here. Obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand, you would be flung back to your original time, having changed...
American actor of classic era. He had rather large bulbous nose and very frequent face. Years ago.
You are still here.
Yeah,
Means someone is going to break
quite a big nose.
rule, and there is yet work to do. Understand? Excellent. So, it looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
I suspect people.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here, we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and, most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us, were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else? Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well.
Some questions.
Good. Now, thank you.
I should be telling him about the suspects, but he doesn't care. Stranger.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here.
I'll ask that.
Properly.
I already
What
asked
are you
that
doing
though.
in here?
I think.
And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now,
Yeah.
remind me, why are we having this conversation? I trust you can see yourself out.
Yep. But she's right. I mean, it's not inappropriate behavior. She's a patrician, isn't she? I shouldn't be in her presence even, so...
Do you have any...
Can we talk?
Of course.
Yeah, I think I know who it is.
Yes.
I think it's... If I fuck... It's Domitius.
Why do you say that? So I'm told. This is truly atrocious behavior, which undermines the very foundations of our democracy. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. But before we proceed, I must ask, are you sure he's the one?
No.
Ah, I see. In that case...
I'm not sure about anything.
Looks like you'll have to continue your... Thank you.
Need to talk to Malianus, I guess. Need to talk to so many people. Oh yeah, the Ulpius is also gonna have information for me. I just don't know where he is. He was in the temple to Apollo before. Maybe that's where he is now.
Citizen.
Ave.
Ulpius? Nah. Oh yeah, there's another Greek dude. But he's at a tavern, I think, yeah. You can shoot this. Jackpot. 1,000 and some arrows. I don't know if the money is gonna be useful for anything anymore, but you never know. If they ask for more. I already did 3,000 denarii to free some of them. Alright, I need to go lower level. No, this is not right. Is it? I might have found someone.
I said, please leave. You're trespassing.
Okay, this is the shrine of the Christians.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I trespassed. Okay. Examine, examine. Can I not take the plaque? Oh. Take it. Yeah. Next time we'll have it. And I'm locked in here, okay. I don't know where I'm going. No, this is so confusing in these freaking tunnels. I hate it. Am I going the right way? No. This is still a freaking lake. I need to get up there. Can Can we go around? No, I need to go through the caves. So we've got the Roman plaque, now we need the Greek one, which I can just talk to the Greek guy at the marketplace, I think. I'm still wounded.
Salve, friend. Mind telling... Oh.
Okay, let him do all the things. Opus will do himself do.
Alright.
Oh, I had to spend the money again, I see. Well, bugger. How much money do we have left? Because each day I have to spend the 2,000. That's not good. Can collect some money. Each day you want to save him. Yeah. I need to, because he's gonna tell me something. Where is one of the characters? We can collect 1,000 from the theater. It's not all bad, it's just not preferable. And he's not here. I need the Greek one. Opus?
Not a good time, friend.
Not a good time, just
Not
tell
a good
me.
Time, friend.
I'll murder you. No. He cost me so much money, he refuses to talk to me. Gotta kill him. Huh? Was that a shrine? Who died? Is it the assassin again? Hasn't been saved yet, okay. One denarii. Yeah, he had 1 coin to get in here. Let's go ahead and get the stuff. Oh wait, it's the wooden bow. No, I took the wrong weapon, yeah. No, it was not good. Where is the Greek?
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome.
Is he German? Yeah. Yeah. Probably.
Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on
It's the R.
that kind of thing.
Gives him away.
But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Of this place? Yeah, yeah.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god.
I'm probably keeping you up, Fairby, aren't I? It's getting a little bit late, but it's Friday, so maybe you have time.
But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced, and of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the
stream, yeah.
So we're all left wondering.
Yeah, Temple of Saturn was kept as a treasury for the Roman Republic for the longest time.
He's the one responsible for the Golden Rule, unless somebody figures out a way inside. I suppose we'll never know.
That's why he mentioned that.
Of course. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my...
Well, it was a barbaric act of defacing an obelisk. It was not about one being a barbarian. And most of these people, if you listen to their backstories, are actually Romanized peoples from across the empire, not straight up Romans. Most of them, that is. Let's see.
When you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
It's another long message. I'm not gonna read that, but yes, we are still here. Welcome back.
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type.
Why are you listening to this?
Sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only
Christians,
one God,
yeah.
and that he considers my nature as sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the Golden Rule.
I think I know. Do I? I don't know who the other cultists are.
Really? Who is it?
Serufius. Ah! I completely forgot.
Went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Oh yeah.
I would talk to him myself, but I think that would just inflame the situation. It's probably best if you do it, if you don't mind. Nice to talk to you.
Oh, who are you going to vote for?
Any news of you?
We probably have to convince him. Yeah, okay.
Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision.
You want to vote for the bad people?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I'll just need to convince them to stop harassing you, and then you will change your vote. Okay. Let's do it. Rufus. I saw him patrol this place. Yep.
Citizen. Name's Rufus.
And he's a freaking Christian as well.
No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel...
Yeah, I helped you. You will stop doing horrible things. Yeah.
It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just...
Yeah, exactly. Now I also need to vote for the right people.
The graffiti. Just... forget this ever happened. Will you?
I also need you to change your vote. Because that's clearly how democracy works.
Sentius, military man.
Yeah.
Knows what he's
That's
doing.
what I wanted to hear.
Fine. So you...
Greetings and salutations.
Oh yeah, this dude.
Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together.
Supposed to be the Greek.
And I must say myself,
This is the most stereotypical Greek.
is most extraordinary. Boots in place of sandals, trousers with
guy.
precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
In the future.
Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another.
No.
But for now, do you...
We won't. Yeah, I just need you to
do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
give me the plague so I can... Plague. 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 I don't want to Greek plague.
And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but...
Oh, I'm not tired, it's fine.
They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpine.
I'm just tired of this guy, he's way too enthusiastic.
But why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I...
Clearly, you did that.
The Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Duli.
Ah, I see.
He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my...
Yeah, Fairby had...
And besides, it makes him happy.
everything apart from the rocket.
I believe he still has it with him.
Speaking of that, you should have it. Yeah. But you probably want it tomorrow or something. today's probably too late to have a beer for you. You could split it though, but it's like only if you have something to close it with, like a rubber seal. Keep it in the fridge. Okay, but it's her birthday, okay. It's your story.
How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and
Spam this emote in DJ's chat earlier today. I got 15 messages combo. It's got nothing on me. Yeah, it's a very enthusiastic person, clearly. West of shop here. How did you end up here?
A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Fair enough.
Anything you like.
He told me Dule pilfered it. Okay. Ulpius is also just I'm getting lost in thought, but this guy.
Any news about my secret admirer? Have you spoken to him about
Yeah,
it?
I did.
Really? How did you manage that?
Treatment for his rheumatism.
Poor fellow. I've
A
heard
lion
that you
tamer.
really mess with a
That's
person.
my achievement, a lion tamer.
Well done for figuring that
Okay.
out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Okay, and we did that. Why?
Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place.
Yeah.
It's all a bit vague. At least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
I helped you. That means you will change it. No. Okay. Fine. But Malleolus is a bad person. You shouldn't vote for him. Where do I want to go next? Dule, I guess.
Hello? Hello? Have we...
Yeah, I cannot stand this.
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just
Yeah.
looking at it.
But I know what he does. When he was in the theater, he acted like a jackass, so I know that he's the bad choice.
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. But it's mine, and I really like it. I want to keep it. Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then
But I cannot unleash you on this city. Can you understand that? If you had a new magistrate.
Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
The game really wants me to do that.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy. Bye bye.
Oh, pain. Is it really necessary? Can't I just steal it?
Hello.
No, go away. I cannot steal it, of course, because it would break the golden rule. But I just don't want to let him lose. I also want Sentius to win, not Galerius. What was I doing? Oh, piss. You could meet this guy. You also check if there are...
Welcome.
Okay, no one's here.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Getting lost in thought. I don't know where that guy is. Well, he must be in one of these rooms here. It's a kitchen. Maybe upstairs.
Whatever are you wearing?
Yeah. No, that's Magistrate Sentius. And she's his daughter, so that means that there is another house, villa. This one has someone on the top of it. I think this one is the one, but it's locked. This was just a vase.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day.
It's really important.
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Golden eggs, yeah.
Whoa, you must really want to see Malleolus. Let yourself in with his key. Just make sure you give it back on your way out.
There he is.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without
Oh,
hefty tributes.
this is the guy the assassin was after.
Seen me. Well, what do you want?
I wanted to withdraw from the election, and then you'll show him the note, and he's gonna do it, I think.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win? Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the Golden Rule. How could you possibly know that? Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome.
No, the assassin was after you, I need to tell you.
Get out of my villa before I have Domitius throw you out.
That didn't work. Not good. There's a creative way into the cistern, which is, I'm assuming, going somehow through his villa to reach it. He's getting water for his pool somehow, right?
Still here?
In the pool. Here, yeah. that didn't work. Maybe it's gonna allow me to talk to him again.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without it.
Okay, I want to withdraw from the election.
Why? Don't talk. How?
Sign of the future.
I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm not. No.
Yeah, okay, that's the same thing. Isn't there the cistern approach somewhere from here? It would make sense to me that you can reach it from here. I might be wrong. Who's this?
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me?
It's probably his wife.
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange women in private. Finally! This is outrageous.
Absolutely outrageous.
Couldn't stay. Whatever.
Can I?
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
Can I drop the regular bow? No. It's probably not just one, is it? Yeah, that's the correct way. Let's just scout first. Some arrows. Oh yeah, you can. Probably do this and discover creative way in. Or is that a chest? It's probably a chest, yeah. How many denarii is that? That's a lot. This is how you can get in somehow. Just drop in. Crushed creature. Emaciated human-like creature spattered in gold and appears to have been crushed to death while entering the cistern from the cave beyond. No. No. Platforming sections. What was I supposed to do down there anyway? Treasure. I already found the treasure, so. Oh, and there is someone here. Captive. Right. Okay, you must be.
You. Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
Which monster?
I'm Scintilla.
Scintilla,
I
yeah.
found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
Their father?
Sentius.
Yeah.
My adopted
Okay.
father.
So we need to make Galerius
Me. I'll
win the election.
crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat.
She's kinda.
I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together.
I want to escape though.
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say? What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
Everyone would die.
I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Well, too bad for you, because you stay here. Look, door. I don't have a key. For that. Is that a way out? Okay, I just need to get away. I did find her though.
Couldn't stay away, huh, lovely? Whatever. Just
Okay. Can talk to Sentis, but
We're finally alone. Seems rather... Me? What are you talking about?
keeping her tied up in the cistern.
You know, you remind me of him.
Who?
Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal.
Ah, right.
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembers anything.
Well.
You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one day to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 5 times? Extremely impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain. Because there's no escape, except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all
I didn't know that.
my title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all.
Oh, he wants eternity, right?
Over again. For eternity.
Hmm.
Don't you see?
I do.
have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death.
Hmm.
I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Just lived one day.
And why would I agree to that? You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your
He's a freak.
opinions, least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies.
No, let's do it the reasonable way.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I.
Well?
Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
We know more things. And we did it quite quickly, apparently. Which is good. But I don't want to free her, even if I could, because she would just run away. I don't want to run away. I want to solve this. It's not like... you can finish the game like 4 ways or something like that.
Believe a word they tell you. Shalom.
I don't want to take the easy way out. I'll be going. I already know why, where she is, so it's not a problem. Yeah, I would need to ask him this, but I fucked up this day already. I need to... I did ask him, and what did he say to me? I forgot immediately. I'm so bad. Dule, right, yeah, I cannot free him, I need Galerius. Okay. How do we take revenge on this dude? That's something you said. Equitia is nice, I think she will help us.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
Galerius is here.
like to die here.
I don't think so, my friend.
Do we have combat? By talking to him and see if you can figure it out. Okay.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
Ah, I didn't talk to him yet.
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little confused. Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he ever protect?
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Thanks for the follow. I'd like you. No.
Certainly. You mean,
What's
how
your
did I end
story?
up here?
Yeah.
That is a lengthy tale.
Let's hear it.
Right? Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged any more valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. Naturally, I died.
And he murdered. Yeah, okay. Agreed. So, do all these people have a sin associated with them? How they got here? Probably not. This guy certainly does. I expected she would kill her first, but he didn't. Sounds like you got what you deserved.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back. This place is a veritable treasure trove.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I could just figure out how to get it out of here.
Talk about greed.
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Old Dacius has got your back though.
Well, he doesn't. I cannot punish him in any way.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here.
Maybe I chose different options. You need to tell me, Fairby, because I'm not gonna come back to him in a while. If there's a way, I need to figure it out now. Ah, okay.
Very well. Another time.
Right. Good. I need to do another day anyway. I just need to collect enough money to do the... Yeah, okay, we have 3,000. Good. So I'll need to... Okay. I cannot talk to Malleolus because he already kicked me out today. I can still do something else that's important, right? The Greek plague. Okay, it's its thing. Equitia. Yeah, I want to talk to Equitia. Priestess can start it early. But no, I would need to persuade even more people to vote. Do we have enough time? Maybe. Equitia, I need to talk to her about something else. Yeah, we already talked.
I beg your pardon?
Sounds like... You know, previously she was offended we talked to her without anyone else introducing us to her, and then just suddenly come back because we talked with her so much. Just like that random question that seems absolutely insane to her. Yeah.
That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see.
That reaction was really good.
I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we?
Yeah.
We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular.
Yeah, I already heard all the hero stories.
Hercules, Sisyphus, and so may Fortuna guide you.
Okay. Before we do that, we need to talk to Galerius. Persuade him to go for the election. Are you here? No, he frequents this path, though. I think we can find him. Oh yeah, I didn't loot this, have I? Some more schmeckles. No, no schmeckles for me. We already took that. Yeah, I got stuck? No, okay, it's fine.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his 3.
Where the heck is he? He might be in the tavern? No. Can be down by the farm. Yeah, that's probably where he is, right? Did we get this? No. Okay. I can also get that. Oh no, that's a regular bow. No, not afraid at all. There's no time for being human. Just abuse the game mechanics as much as possible. Galerius isn't. I might take this again. I think this is something we didn't loot. Yeah.
Ixion turns.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Galerius? Yeah. Okay.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible? You're a Sisyphus. He was forced and
at least that's go on.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you, and you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now,
I need you to win the election.
Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy.
Yeah.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what
do you think about the election?
I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never gonna do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's gonna take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
And how could you... Oh, wait. You've seen it in another time loop, haven't you? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Okay.
Alright, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
I will, and it's gonna unfortunately require me to do something really bad. Fuck yeah.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I already seen what happens once. I just rather do it properly. Oh, he dies from it. No key. Interesting. Hey, Galerius.
You? Alright, then. I'll go.
Okay. So all the stuff taken care of, I'll collect the money though, because I'm not sure if we'll figure it out in one day, so might as well have a little bit extra, just in case. Marketing or the theater, yeah. Or market. Oh yeah, that's the. We can do that immediately. But I also want the money. I also can read this thing. Probably gonna be here immediately. Yeah, if I jump on the rocks, doesn't actually do it. Let's do it. And he's gonna get himself destroyed again. I would just set him on Malleolus, but that would probably break a golden rule, so it's not something we can do. You are not useful right now. This dude.
Hello there, friend. May I... If you have any use for it down here.
For the right price, I'll tell you whether you can get your own.
Now you're talking, I'm interested. How about 100 denarii? Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses we're talking about.
Feel the coins are just for rich and...
All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before I pay up. Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I just want a little assurance that I can trust you, that's all. I suppose you're right. All right, you drive a hard bargain, but here's your money. Now, The location of that bow.
We can just tell him.
What? But I already knew that, you imbecile. Everyone knows that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden rule. You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Some kind of joke? I don't believe this is happening.
Each day, 5,000 okay. Good loophole. Okay. Right. Maleonis. So that's how you get money if you don't want to, yeah. If you don't want to run the chests. Thanks for the raid, Barb. Welcome. Unlock the door. Speak to this dude. Also, let's save the video game.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
Quincus.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
Find evidence.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's quite all right. We all make mistakes.
I need to find
I trust you can
evidence how... Probably something in his house, right? I didn't search any of his positions before. Not for stealing, mind you. I didn't steal anything, but if there is a letter, we could read that, yeah. Note from Julia. Julia to her captors Malleolus and Claudia. Curse you to the depths. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead, because death is preferable to another day in dead bondage to you. May vultures peck out your livers in Tartarus for all eternity. Okay. Well, that doesn't convince them of anything. We already know that. Note from Ulpius. Ulpius to his lost love, may God watch over you. Please know that I held on as long as I could, but without you, my life is meaningless. I only hope we meet again in Gan Eden. Okay. Where is the evidence, you freak? I'll have to go upstairs, maybe where his wife is? Maybe she will tell me without realizing. Because this is the only room up here, isn't it? Hello. Yeah, she'll hate me.
Supposed to be in here? Talk. What business could you possibly have with me?
How would you like some help getting back at Malleolus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think Malleolus is what he's who he says it is. He is.
Clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for.
His own wife is gonna.
When he still
Okay.
cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
This is cringe, but I think the cringe works because if I tell her, she's gonna be annoyed.
I couldn't agree more. One hand washes the other, as they say. It seems our interests are aligned.
Yeah, totally innocuous.
True identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
What?
I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small.
I have it.
You should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
Yes, the wine.
So you'll help me. Thank you. Here's the letter.
Quinticus to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I'm with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I'll perform grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you at my side. Next page. No. Take it.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
Should I? According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fire syndrome.
He's... Oh, that's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have told her if I had choices. I cannot get another copy though. Oh no, that's the one. That's the one that I collected from the assassin. Yeah, she can have it.
Now, I appreciate your discretion in this matter.
Yeah, you can have it.
It's best if you go now. We'll speak no more of this.
Now let's make him withdraw from the election.
You again. What is it now?
Yeah, I have to already. That's why I did it.
My name is Marcus.
Yeah.
You and I liked. Well,
I can prove it.
that's quite all.
Oh.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands?
It didn't show the option.
Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Oh, right.
Sorry. It finally caught up with me. I suppose that begs you. What? One of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me?
Yeah, that's not the letter I can.
So much work for nothing. Ugh. If I do it, you'll let me live?
Yeah, do it.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway.
Oh yeah, of course.
I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Now we need to persuade this dude. Oh no, Galerius. so that he enrolls into the election and then talk to various people.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
I love how the game goes. Democracy in action is the name of the quest while we are committing election fraud. Because buying votes like this, especially when you have only like, what, 10 eligible voters, is insanely rigged. And for sure a crime. But not according to the gods. Clearly. I think this game would be beloved by the EU.
Don't believe a word
No.
they tell. Shut up.
I'll be
Alright,
going.
friend.
I need to find Galerius. Maybe he's by the farm? Hmm. He's not here. Oh, he must be somewhere. I just must have missed him while I was going through the cave. That's horrible. He usually goes this way, I think. Galerius, you muppet, where are you?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's
Where is Galerius? He goes this way, maybe. I just don't remember. He might be at the farm, I just didn't see him. Maybe the drawing distance isn't as big. Oh yeah, standing in the field here.
Fortune smile. Salve again, friend.
Yeah,
And now.
I need you to do elections.
I can't speak. I bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting duly set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the elections stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom.
Yeah, we heard that. Malleolus withdrew from the election.
He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
Okay.
All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Al was such a scrub, by the way. He spent thousands of cycles in here. Okay. Now to democracy. Let's just rig the elections. You.
Name's Rufius.
Yeah, I know.
Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time.
Interesting place, yeah. It's insane.
Good man.
Okay, good.
So you're...
Who else? Oh, she is not eligible. This dude?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greeting. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you...
Elections.
Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is a hero.
Yep.
But of course, I hope...
This dude. It's probably all going to align by itself.
Galerius, definitely.
Yeah.
He put an end to the notes and graffiti I've been receiving. Alright.
Because you told him, we told him to take care of all the menial things we solved before. Everyone loves him now. That's good.
Don't even talk.
So he is a hero. Clearly. Well, election early, which means priestess stroke. Yeah, I'm going, game. Just...
A new face. Oh.
Yeah. Hey.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Because we need to do it now.
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
The reason is just I say it and you see me for the first time and it's just totally reasonable.
Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments.
Yeah. Exactly.
Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Alright.
Citizens, it is time.
Like, now.
Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater, yes. Let's do it.
A golden shining.
Let's just watch it all come together.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say,
Ah,
this isn't something
this is
I
cringe.
ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else.
Go to axe murdering, Brit elected as a magistrate, yeah. Well, I didn't want to as my defense. It's just the game decided that Sentius is a deviant. Let the freak out. Give me the plague.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up.
I don't want to listen to this, please. Yes.
You can have my shiny plaque.
Yeah,
if you want.
that's what I want.
Maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. He gave me a key to the cistern. Please.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
What does he want? I already found it, maybe. Upper cistern. Oh.
In the cistern.
Okay.
Oh, look over there.
Maybe it means treasure.
I can see it from myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind.
So until okay.
The many shall suffer.
The freak has
for the sins of the one.
Yeah, he immediately stole something, and that's what's causing this, isn't it?
The statues.
Well, I knew not to let him out.
It's almost as if you're
Yep.
trying to extend my lifespan.
He's trash talking me as well. Well, this isn't good, but it's not bad either. We can just print money. Hey, Galerius. You will do all the things. You will do all the things for me, and then I need to just... I have 5,000 actually, so no real reason. I'm just gonna go ahead and do the quest. I did already do that though. Oh, no, I have a key for one of the other entrances in it. And it might be a way out that we can unlock with this, but I don't want to escape. I want to fight Pluto. This is a locked door you couldn't exit when you met Centaur. Ah, okay. So that was an exit. I see. I'm just gonna collect this. I just cannot help myself. That's why I didn't want to let him out of the cell. I knew something horrible was going to happen. Because he couldn't be trusted. Even if you choose not to do the quest for the golden bow. Okay, right. Makes sense. Save the video game. Put in the plug. speak. Lord of Father of the Riches, grant me entrance. No, this is another. I should have checked that. Hades. No, this is gonna be the Egyptian one. So we need to go through as it was Osiris. Nergal. Really? Okay. It's freaking aliens, isn't it? Hey, Vinopal, welcome. Marok's been hearing about you a lot in Season 3. Was it? Long time no see, by the way. Welcome. What the fuck is this? Okay. Is this... Who is this?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal.
Stargate intensifies. Does he have a symbiont?
And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly that there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself.
So you're an immortal.
Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate.
It's aliens.
Until we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire.
So the aliens are our gods, basically. Okay. Yeah, they're Dark Eldar as well. Okay. Yeah.
Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
Okay. Good.
This is my beloved. Like me,
Persephone.
she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of spring.
Lizard people, yeah, clearly.
Cycle of life. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names.
Karen.
Tubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as
Now
you
we have
spread
11 viewers, but this is like major spoilers, so if anyone wants to play this game themselves, don't watch
sown the
this.
seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium.
That's insane. We will absolutely ruin it. Don't do it.
The last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate.
No, Bacchus, yeah, poor Bacchus.
I had them build the
It's the drunk, doesn't even get mentioned.
baths to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive.
This is not correct, by the way. We already talked about this. Hey, Block, welcome.
They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors.
Indeed.
Renamed their gods and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
How did you decide who comes here?
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepone's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations.
Rip minimum is... Yeah, I mean, the game doesn't do things exactly according to history. Like, these civilizations live side by side, at least some of them, at some point in history. And so, this is not correct, but the game does know its history. For the most part. Which is impressive.
In a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course.
I'm responsible for the golden rule.
Your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
So it's this mechanism for... he's only keeping them for hope that some of them will live long enough to not break any rules in that city, and if they do, he just destroys everything and starts over.
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, a self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
Furies. Yeah. Okay.
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own.
Yeah.
No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
That principle is not as easy to apply as it sounds. It doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either. Let's live my life that way. This is insult. This is... it's hard. But he would not...
Enough. You clearly know nothing. I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
Yeah. No reason.
Then what an odd question.
I've seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider a sin. How could you let that happen?
Speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me?
Oh yeah, I will give you an example. This was the most horrific thing in the game, but let's start with suicide.
I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be.
Well, some people have considered it a sin, even Christians.
One who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
It's not how it works.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. The literal
Yeah, fundamentalist. But even the that's no matter. I'm not gonna argue, but subjective and unreliable.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
No. I bet I didn't even know it.
Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue. Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon? Pathetic.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Crown. Ouch. Ouchies. Where is the thing? Take Persephon's crown. Where is it? No, it's... No. I got it. Okay. No, I fucked up. I should have also asked him about the other things. I'm interested. It's just... I couldn't help but agitate him. The stick, okay. Yeah, it was very quick. Oh no. Where is it? At least you can skip a bunch of it, but yeah, annoying. Snargle. Yeah, but then again, I wanted to ask everything. It's just, you know, couldn't help myself. Yeah. All things. Leave out where we left off. Yeah.
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from
This is the only thing we didn't ask about, I think.
No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your...
Oh, no, we already... Okay. So I just wasted time. Okay, fine.
Do you plan...
Suicide, price gouging, experiments.
Midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine.
Okay, that's how it looks on it.
Applying this rule always requires... Then you will...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, jeez. Save the video game. Oh well. I might have to just run and hope that I don't get shot. But that's not good because they are fairly accurate. I don't think you can even dodge that too easily. But even headshots don't seem to be doing it. You can keep talking to him after your questions. Ah, right. I want to see that happen, but I already kind of fucked up. Is it good? I probably should, right? Okay, this is taking a little bit, but we are finishing the game, so we might as well do it There are several endings as well. I'm not sure if this is the best one. I want to do the best one. I'm not gonna replay it, so... Or not anytime soon.
Allow me to no go to the Cimmerians, but the one
Okay. Yeah, but is this the best way to finish it? I think it is. Because just escaping proves nothing. This is the best way, okay. Are you responsible? Yeah, of course.
That is.
Would you consider a sin?
Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I don't want to lie, but we will have to.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Decius spares Gungeon for life-saving medicine because he knows nobody can take it by force. Oh, that's all of them, okay.
True. I have witnessed him doing that. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot.
What, better? I don't have enough examples? I missed something, didn't I? Fuck. This is gonna anger him. This is gonna flip him off as well.
I see what you are doing. You are trying to undermine the one thing keeping me anchored here. You are playing it.
I can win with what I know, okay. I cannot betray her. Or can I? Like, it will flip him off. But the other option is just straight up murder, I think.
Liar! How dare you come into my domain and attempt to undermine the thing I hold most sacred? You will make a fine statue.
This is annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Yeah, we can skip the initial questions at least.
Good. It's an up, Charon.
If that is true.
How did you?
Shouldn't you know this?
In what? If you so. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans of my so-called abduction. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying, and I intervened the only way I could to save her life. What would you have done? It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject your argument. These people were all dead when my servant found them. I gave them a second chance at life. Would you prefer to have simply ceased to exist?
Off to work? No problem. You know, see you around. Fair point, or maybe. I don't know. Maybe means he'll kill me, I think. So let's just...
Accordingly, I reject your argument.
Yeah.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. How unfortunate that we are not where you are from. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights?
Yes.
Of course not. Because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals.
Your kind and mine can be so different, given that you are in love with one of us.
My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Bah! For a moment I thought you might have been building to a point. But I see now you are just a hubristic little creature.
Fuck.
That is a very... do you...
No.
Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. Because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that.
I can think of good counter argument. Fuck.
That is a... That is...
Oh, why is this so hard? I hate going through all these again.
It would be most unwise to get ideas about attacking me.
Many questions when needed.
Because that is the...
Yeah, I don't know either. I want to try the correct way, the good way. Let's try it once more, try to run the questions. Maybe I fucked up something else, you know? That's possible. Just wish we could have saved when we asked the questions, but it's fine, it's just clicking through them. And not clicking the stuff that flips him off.
Of course. That is...
Yeah, welcome.
For you, perhaps.
Yeah, it is frustrating to watch. I'm sorry for that. I wish we could just proceed naturally, but unfortunately, if I want the good ending, I have to beat my head against this wall. We could just run, but that would be the worst ending. Very hard to beat on the very first try, yeah.
That is a stop now. All that drapes.
I'm trying my best, but at this point I lost track because we are skipping through it again, and that's not good.
I give your kind a second.
Yeah, Struck out something else. That's all the questions.
Carol, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you.
Yeah, but also not really, because he's disappointed in me. Togadere is not happy. I'm from the future. Yes.
How did you come to be in this?
I'm just gonna listen a little bit just to get my mind straight again. Select options, okay.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and preserved them in slumber for 3,000 years.
Shouldn't you know this as the god of the underworld?
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule?
If you're doing this for love, you should know Persephone does know. Golden Rule is corrupting the city. This was the correct one, right? This one is just leading into a loop. I'm gonna do it.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Okay.
True.
Yeah, it's the examples. I can give him examples. He's gonna refuse it. And then this.
That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to
I think we are fucked, Fairby. I think we'll need more evidence.
I am well aware of the story told.
Yes.
It was an act of rebellion against... These people were all dead when my servant found them. Then you still have the option to end your life, should you? Accordingly, I read... Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. Ah, but I'm a god, and you are a mortal. Let me ask you this.
No, I don't date insects like people. Given that you're in love with one of us.
Does not mean I am not.
Sounds arrogant.
Ah, for a
Fuck. Maybe you could look it up for me, because I don't want to do it myself. But what I'm thinking is we need to... Yeah, we need to somehow get more evidence that he fucked up with the city. And just tell him, yeah, these people are doing all sorts of shit that you are not punishing. And then he's gonna be mad about that, maybe. But this is not leading me anywhere, this is all the same. So I'm gonna give you a minute, if you can find it. Many ways to solve it, yeah, but this one seems like the only one that's the best option to solve the game. Like, you could win like 3 other ways, but that's like, yeah, you escape, but you let this happen. Long time since I've watched it all, okay. Well, the final thing should be broken down somewhere in an article on the internet, so that you can just know, if you want the best ending, what is the requirement, and then we can just work towards that. I can load a save when we are in the city. I want to be done with it today, if possible. I'll do whatever. I think we basically have everything. Maybe it's relevant, because Sentius, we didn't talk about how Sentius traps his daughter. Like, yeah, okay. But he doesn't even like recognize her or allow me. Maybe I need to free her, because I'm basically bad as well, because I left her out there, but she would escape and I didn't want that. Maybe I could give her the key now, let her go away. Oh yeah, I think that's the thing I need to do actually, isn't it? I'm gonna let's do this. Load the video game. Try to go the way you did and ask why technology makes them superior. I did. But he refused to tell me anything. We can try that again. Just do I need to ask all the questions again? Fuck. Because I already talked about that. Ah, okay. I'll just fight through it. No, I need to do it now. You don't... That sounded like you don't know me. I'm very stubborn. Oh, that's the abduction.
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately.
Send it to you on Discord. Okay. I'm gonna just quickly take a look. Oh yeah, we need to talk about all the things. Never mind.
Now,
well, he doesn't care. Romans didn't see slavery as that, so.
Now tell me.
It's all the questions.
Oh, Carol.
I'm from the future. I was hoping you could tell me. You should know. I'd like to end the golden rule.
That is a very... It is... It... These...
fair point.
Every one of those people was... They... Let me
Yeah, but he doesn't want to... What makes your kind superior?
Where to begin? In which...
Technology?
That is the source of our power over you. You could say that.
Treat your inferior as you wish your superior treat you, yeah.
Have no superiors.
But they didn't see as Jupiter will see your leader, yeah. Now we have it.
That is true.
Yeah, the problem was I died when I asked the questions and then I just flipped immediately to this, so that was kind of the problem.
Make your point, mortal.
Saying if you can't follow your own rule, how can you expect humans to?
Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time...
Yeah, it's not good, because if you are forced to restart, it should autosave you after questions. That would solve it.
How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
It's the truth, you've committed atrocities and you need to own up to it. You're not a monster, you're human. And you made a mistake. Yeah.
Wait. What? What are you saying?
Humans make mistakes of nature, yeah.
You have spoken eloquently. And yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Preservator's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
He wanted to abandon the wager so Proserpina would be free from you. He left you behind because even your own kind didn't want you. I don't think he made a mistake. This might be the correct way, because this is definitely not they don't have any conflict in Elysium. Check the guy. I don't want to restart from this point. That would be the pain. That would be the pain. Perhaps he made a mistake too. Okay. It seemed like not the good answer.
But he is the best and greatest of us.
Perhaps when you took on human form, you took on some human foibles as well.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much.
Hey Baron, welcome. Just turning in for major spoilers for the game.
I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you...
What is this? It's the Forgotten City, the game you watched me play a little bit before.
In time, I began to despise
It's the ending.
for making her believe that you could ever
The good one.
But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave
Silver tongue.
Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
It's better that way.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
I'm thinking I'll be playing one of your favorites once these business trips are done. And what is that? It's intriguing. Also, business trips, wow. It's a big commitment to your work. That's not what I want. It's not what I want, but Gabriel Knight 3, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not my favorite at all.
Once this exodus begins, The events that brought you to this moment will never have
Yeah.
taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
He abolished the Golden Rule. It's Owl, and he's still alive. Amazing.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
This game, yeah?
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I was hoping you'd know who I am. No, it's the time
Did that
paradox.
lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying
I could have blackmailed him next day. Okay, right.
an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to her. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's perfect.
What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden
It was okay.
statues? And did this mysterious
Playing as the
curse
female
allow
character
it to
didn't
undo the curse
seem
that
too
had
intrusive.
terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Sounds a bit
I don't
far-fetched.
know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Yeah. No huge differences. I don't mind. Just spawned in. Rush B. Okay. He's barring the temple.
We'll pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else is ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
This is the beginning part. Karen is not gonna be here, I'm sure. It's kinda sad. But yeah. Good story. That is Karen.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I discovered you. So I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago. I mean, she will not know, probably, right? But it says Charon, so let's just go with this.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people.
Yeah.
Believe me, I do not. But I have learned.
from 5,000 years of experience. That most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Yes.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done.
So it's Al.
He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Work. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
Pluto said the coins Al and I were lost in existence. What does it mean for you?
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Yeah, at least he could left me in the city. Like, what am I gonna do here?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000
we already
silver
heard that.
coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Pluto mentioned that my coin was the last in existence. So what does that mean for you? Yeah, we already.
There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody.
Yeah. Can you return us to the land of your
I see
living?
no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Alright. Oh, it has a floor. Oh, somebody was excavating that site. Yeah, that was the thing from the bottom of the pool. What does this say? Ah, it's a museum, yes. Is this Owl? It's probably Owl. No.
Hey,
oh yeah.
you made it. It's great
He
to
looks
see you
completely
again.
different
I
for
read
some
the book
reason.
and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet. but I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Okay. So we get some sort of follow-up. Lararium. Freaking Galerius.
Finally here. Remember me?
Huh?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was
Oh.
returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over.
Yeah, just drop them in the modern world.
She returned us to your world instead of ours.
That's freaky.
Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
That's insane though. That's insane. I don't know how the real, like if you drop 20 Romans in our modern world, I don't think they would do too well.
Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course.
Not with the Latin.
But I sleep soundly every night.
Not only with the Latin, but like everything. It's like
Change it for the world.
everything. Absolutely everything.
I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Okay, so this is the reward for the good ending. That's good.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods.
Just puzzled as ever.
You realize you've put me out of work? I'm
Yeah.
just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family. And Dooley too, of course.
Oh, you have your own slave.
The
Good.
world has just opened up for us.
No one ever loses.
So much to learn.
And emperors are gods. Yeah.
For our children than
At
we
this
ever
point,
imagined.
very
I'm
much.
So thankful for what you did for us, for all of us.
Yep.
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere. If you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Okay. No. No. Okay.
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I did
Yeah, out of all of them, this guy is probably gonna do the best. Apart from the, you know, kleptomania, but your favorite.
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Yeah, that's not the only thing you forget. You're just a horrible person.
Treasure.
That's sweet.
Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box now. Galerius got me a box.
You've got your own box. Yeah. So you can live outside like a doghouse. In it. Yeah. Seems like your kind of thing. I'm glad.
Bye bye.
Bad place. No, it's not me. I already talked to you. Let's just go. Oh, military man, Horatius, yeah.
Hi there, I'm Horatius.
Yeah, no shit. I know you.
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you. A I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still,
On the last day. Oh, yeah, right.
to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't.
It's kind of a shame, but unfortunately that's how it kind of happened because of the resets. It would be good if this ending actually had them remember you, regardless of your last day. I think that would be better, but it doesn't actually matter all that much.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. Oh, and I don't know if you've heard, but a few of us are going for drinks later. It'd be nice to chat with you some more. Great. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most.
Delicious, yeah, I can imagine.
Qualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome.
Is he fighting lions?
Spacer instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's appropriate for him.
You're not wrong. See you at drinks later, I hope.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, good to see
Actually,
you.
I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time.
Yep.
But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
Yeah.
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell.
Yeah, but the servant is kind of lackluster. He cannot fetch things for you.
Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Just look up stuff, but it's not enough. Patricians are used to other kind of service.
Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
Okay. Julia. That's the one locked up?
You're the Oracle, right?
No, that's the one who was sick at the temple.
Oh, of course. Sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed?
Yep.
And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
Seeing the world through fresh eyes sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Whatever happened to Malleolus and Claudia?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital.
Sounds about
As
right.
for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy.
Hmm.
Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
I don't think you're allowed to feel that way.
You're very kind.
Whatever happened to Aurelia?
Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on.
Yeah.
Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
Something tells you she's gonna get what she deserves. Yeah.
Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take
Yeah, rich Nigerian prince email.
I feel better already. Thank you. You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can
She
go
got
to bars and
deceived.
drink wine and
That's what she
listen to
gets.
stories of the 9 million people
She
who
was the
live there.
deceiver. Cat is just rolling over on a chair, stretching the paws. He looks at me. Yeah, sure.
I hope so.
Lucretia, that's the medic person. Yeah.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Okay, who's next? Oh, it's a Greek. It's not my favorite. Okay, let's talk to him.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure-Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
Okay. The Hermit. Okay. Interesting.
I take it you're the Oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your Catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University.
Yeah, sounds
helping
about
fill
right.
the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again. My sincere thanks once again.
Fabia.
The one we've been waiting for. I'm
Yeah.
Fabia. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
Okay.
Thank you. I really am.
Looking at freaking memes.
You too.
Let's go ahead. Who's next? Multiple people. Octavia.
Good evening.
Olivia. Let's start with this dude.
Soiree, innit?
Just a freak.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the Oracle I've heard so much about.
Yeah, the greedy bastard.
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Most gracious of you. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and future seer and all that, on which
Can make
stocks I
him
should invest in
go
next. I can't
bankrupt.
decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
I can't really see the future.
Don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
DVD rentals have bright future. Broadcast television is going to be the next big thing. Print media is going to make a huge comeback. What's the most useless thing? I guess the DVDs are kind of the most outrageous thing, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune.
I'll be going.
Don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. It's
Octavia.
lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Not to like him despite all he did. Yeah,
I'm thankful
he's
that
a
you
horrible
came.
person.
I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
Okay.
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot.
Okay.
And you.
Next person.
Greetings.
Oh yeah, Olivia.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe.
You shouldn't read too much into it, or you're gonna
Spirit. Many
Yeah.
have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
Yeah.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Just a couple more people left. It's the Egyptian guy. It's the closest to lightning. Yeah.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
Kabash.
You know my name. Oh, of
Basements
course.
in tornadoes.
You're an Oracle. You
For
know
sure.
many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
Yeah, are you still a fanatic? Probably not.
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman. And I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed.
Sounds like you earned it.
Thank you, Oracle.
Let's go to the next one. Oh, it's a shit ton of people. Okay, who's this? Scintilla.
Hello there.
Oh yeah, that's the one who was imprisoned, isn't it?
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Yeah.
After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You
Okay.
too.
Is this Ulpius? Yeah.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope? And missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset
Yeah.
over the rolling hillside.
Gonna
And
take
I
some practice.
Couldn't be happier. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's move on.
Wouldn't be here without you.
Learn a word of choice in chat. Happy. Szczęsny. This. So I'm happy as some szczęsny. It was good to see you. Let's talk to Rufus and Virgil. Okay. Oh, these two guys.
Nice to meet you.
This guy was a Christian before. Wasn't identical. Well, some of them are not.
You start. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
Okay.
You too. Look
No
us up
problem.
next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
Virgil.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
Yeah, sure. He almost murdered you, but whatever.
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in a beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I
Small
was there
details.
last. gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
It's good to see you again.
As Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Is that everyone? I suspect so. Let's inspect these things. Yeah, this is the ending. Those were all the people from the game. Apart from 2 of them, which one of them was a... Oh, no. 3 of them, 4 of them are missing. Yeah, it's the best ending. The bad people are not here because they either are dead or just fucked up in life. Due to their own fault, they were brought along with these people to our time, but they didn't know how to adjust or were just, you know, bad people. So they just did something bad and they are not here. So... Send this today afterwards. It's very late. It's 1 AM. I'm very tired as well. I've been doing 6 hours straight of this game and it requires quite a bit of attention to do right. So, unfortunately not today. Is this eating utensils? Yeah, the first one was very short. StarCraft one. But this one was quite long.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Persephone, yeah. You've been doing great. Seems like you liked the game. Yeah, I did.
Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
Thanks for giving me the freaking game, Fairby. Thanks. Yeah.
Allow me to introduce myself properly.
I know you are.
Persephone, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
I'm glad you appreciated it. I hope I was able to find a game that you might actually like this time. You did! Otherwise I wouldn't play through it. And still would attain sanity. So, you know, it's the best you can hope for, probably.
I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of a cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly, to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
What a game of chaos.
She inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Yes.
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Okay. The canon ending. So we skipped through the first 3 ones, but that would just not be doable for streams. I don't think. It's better to just, you know, go for the best approach. Yeah, sure. If you want to give us some information on how those go, I suspect at least one of them is some sort of escape, where you just leave them to their fate, basically. But go ahead and enlighten us if you can. When is killing Sentius, that breaks the cycle and leaves you alone with the owl in the abandoned city without a way out. Okay. So it's just being trapped forever. That's not very good. Another is to save Scintilla and escaping with her directly. Okay, yeah. That was what she was suggesting when I reached her. And the third is to gather a few people, then escaping with Sentinel. Okay. Yeah, but this one is the best, for sure. Not everywhere, yeah, this makes sense. This one saves everyone worth saving, yeah. I mean, even the other ones got their chance, you know. They're not at the end, but they did get a chance at life again. Just fucked up. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, some of the things were a little bit pushy. With like, how many people were there? I don't know, like 15? And like, was a disproportionate amount of them seem to be... I'm not gonna actually elaborate on that, I'll just skip that part. But yeah, it was good. The characters were well written. The game overall feels good. Maybe I would appreciate a little more combat, some sort of better progression system in it. But it's just me, I'm a progression freak. I would like upgrades, I would like more ways to spend your money, I would like maybe some skills, you know, things like that. And having more combat, I would like that. But it doesn't need it. The game is a different game than what I would want it to be, but still it was enjoyable. Okay. So anyway, that's gonna be it for the game. These are just the credits. Looks like, yeah, the people who were voicing different characters in the game, they kinda, yeah, a bunch of them do look kinda similar. They added combat because some people wanted it, but a lot of people didn't want that, which is why the Golden Bow wasn't mandatory. Okay, right, yeah. It did give you the option to skip it, which you still could have encountered the person in the sewer, or in the cistern, but and also in the catacombs. Navia also got saved. She was standing down there together with the beautiful woman beside her. Okay, right. Yeah, okay, right. She got her statue in the end, okay. Well, she is clinically insane still. I wouldn't trust her with anything. She should probably be locked up somewhere, but, you know. The game says it's the best ending, so let's just keep it there. It feels like a freaking movie, yeah. So how long did we play it together? Like 9 hours, maybe? With all the previous stream accounted for as well. It's not a bad time. I didn't really cheat too much on apart from the last dialogue option. Yeah, thanks. I did enjoy it a lot. But you need to take the knowledge with grain of salt as always. Some of the stuff, you know, I'm no scholar. So, you know, it's something that I know, but due to some of it being quite a while since I learned it, some of that might not be completely 100% everything, because it's not like it's straight up false, but I might be leaving out some stuff because I just don't remember absolutely everything. So it's like selective knowledge, not that useful. But yeah, still probably more than most people would know. So maybe you learned something as well. That would be great. Yeah. I mean, I didn't comment on that many things in the latter part of the game, but suffice to say the early stream was mostly all about that, so that was that. Okay, so let's just skip the rest of this. Message from the developers: we hope you enjoyed the Forgotten City. We'd love to make even better games in the future, and you can help out by recommending the Forgotten City to a friend or writing a review. The more people play our games, the more we can level up. And if you like to be the first to know when we announce the next project, please connect with us here. I'm not gonna do that, but I'm gonna watch out on Steam probably. Yeah, no problem, Fairby. Thanks for being here to provide some hints. And I'm gonna be calling the stream as well. We are gonna be raiding someone if there is someone to raid. So if you want some extra points, you can stick it out for a minute. Looks like Kaladin is the only one that's currently playing something, and it is Cities Skylines. So let's raid Kaladin, and I thank you for watching and see you around. Bye.